and this is our study workspace. So it's another day. It's a very beautiful day. It's a beautiful morning. So I'm welcoming you to join us today. If you are joining us, so for you to get the best out of this space, I will encourage you to come with your priority task, what you want to achieve, your study, your books that you are reading, or maybe if you're writing, then you bring what you want to write, or maybe you're making corrections. So as you are joining us, I want you to be specific on what you want to achieve. What you are doing is very important to us. So join us today. We are going to be running it from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. So that's 6 hours, and we use the Pomodoro section to do this. So we do 50-10, which means we'll be working deep focus for 50 minutes. Then we go on our mindful break. During the mindful break, you are expected to be present in your break. So for you to get the best out of today's section, I want you to come with your snacks, your healthy snacks, and your hydration liquid, be it water, the juice you want to have that is healthy. So bring it along, and you can chat with us during the break time, because I'll be here, so you can drop whatever chat you want in the chat, but be kind with your words. That is the logo here. Be kind with your words. We don't want people getting wounded by what others said or typed. So be kind with your word. And here we talk about productivity, how to improve your focus, how to improve your clarity, how to improve your memory. Is very important to us as researchers. Is very important to us as students. So if you're a student, you're a researcher, you're a writer, you can come and join us. So in this space we grow, and also we do the work that we ought to do. So here we learn to train our focus. So we work in sprints, short sprints of 50 minutes. Some people might do it for 30 minutes, but for us here we use 50 minutes, and sometimes we use 60, but that depends on what you vote for. So we use 50 minutes in every 1 hour to do the deep work, and then we use 10 minutes to rest. That is to teach us how to balance our time and work. So to balance our time between work and rest is very important to us. So you need to know when to take the break. And remember today, as you're leaving, as you're going to work, as you are already at work, I don't know where you are, but wherever you are, as you have factored in your work, please factor in the break time. Is very important. Your rest is as important as your work time, because without that rest, without the break, then you are going to be making some mistakes. You are going to be paying, that's compensating the other way around, because your mind might take a break on you. And what that means is that yes, you might be working, you are still typing, but you've already zoomed off. You are already talking about another thing, you're already browsing another thing, you're already scrolling. So that is what happens if you don't take intentional breaks. So be intentional about it this morning. I want you to take your break serious. So factor in the time that you're going to take a break, and don't work at a stretch. Productivity doesn't mean working a long time. Productivity doesn't mean that you are exhausted. You know, some people wear the badge of exhaustion all over them, and yes, people will say, oh, they are working hard, but that is not what it takes to be productive. So you need to be efficient in your work. That means you need to work smart. So you need to work with the best tools. You need to work with the best mind. You need to work with you need to be very intentional about what you want. So you should be able to tell, okay, in the next 1 hour, this is what I'm going to be doing. In the next 2 hours, this is what I'll be doing. That is clarity, and that is the shortest distance from where you are. That's the labor and the output that you want, is clarity. So for you to be clear about what you want, is very important that you go straight to what you want. You need to fix your time, you need to fix your date, you need to fix the tasks that you have. It's very important. So it's very important to us that you join us today and bring along the work that you want to achieve, and we'll be speaking every 50 minutes on top of the hour. That means by 10:50, by 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, and 2:50, 3:50, or even 4. That is how it works. So let me take this call for now. Hello? Hello? Hmm?
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I did okay.
Fine, I'm live streaming.
Okay.
So,
okay.
so you can just send me a text, please.
Okay.
Yeah. here we are. We are starting now. If you are joining us, we start every day in the morning because we did the introduction. I was answering a very important call that was from my HOD, you can see. So I needed to take that call. I didn't know the emergency that was happening. So let's look at what we can achieve within every 50 minutes. So I want you to be specific on what you want to achieve. I want you to know what done looks like. If you say, okay, I'm going to be doing this task, you need to tell yourself, you need to paint the picture in your mind, maybe write it down, what complete looks like for that job, because that is how you know when you have achieved your aim. That is how you mark your milestones. That is how you know that you're making progress. But if you don't know what done looks like, you'll be looking for perfection, which is the enemy of your productivity. So we don't wait till it is perfect. We wait till it is complete and fix a time of completion for that task. If the task is looking so big, so heavy, I want you to learn to break your task into manageable chunks. You need to manage it, you need to break it and say, okay, within 30 minutes, this is what I'll be achieving. Within 10 minutes, this is what I'll be doing. Within 1 minute, or maybe within 1 hour, this is what I'll be achieving. So, but please remember, when you are planning your day as an adult that has so many roles to do, it's always easier and more efficient to plan weekly than daily, because daily will make you start thinking like small things, and there are so many things that spill over that you can accomplish within a week or so. So you plan over a week. On Monday I'm doing this, on Tuesday I'm doing this. So by the time you wake up in the morning, you already know what you are doing, instead of sitting down to start thinking it again. That is not to your own advantage. That is not productive. It's not efficient. So you need to be efficient by planning, trying to manage your time, trying to manage your focus, trying to manage your energy, and be clear about what you want. What is it that you want? Ask yourself that question. What is it that I'm going to do today, and why should I do it? Because the why will help you to keep going when it gets tough, when it is easier to give up, when it is easier to just drop it and go home. The why will keep you going. So as a student, as a researcher this morning, I wish you a very productive day. I wish you a very big outcome, as you put that input. The input is not always money. It might be your time. As you put in that time, as you put in the resources, all the resources, your skill, I wish you a very big outputs, that you be efficient. So, and learn to avoid distractions. As you are joining us, minimize every distraction, like the notifications, all those things that will call your attention when you are doing your deep work. So doing the deep work, no matter what happens, except it is an emergency, it's just good that you concentrate and train your focus. And if you do it this way, you see that even though you have so many roles, like for me, you can see I am a researcher, I am a writer, I am a mother, I have full-time job that I'm doing also. So you need to work on those things, and you don't need to allow any one of them to suffer. And how do you do it? Is to be very professional, to be very strict in managing your time. It's not that it's military, but you should be consistent in managing your time, in managing your energy, managing your focus, to know what you give your focus to know what you're doing each time, which means you should be present each time, knowing, okay, this time I'm using it to study. Okay, in the next 1 hour it will be to spend it with friends. In the next 2 hours I'll be spending it with in the social media. So that is how it goes. If you want to be productive, you must go that way. That is just the only way. You must be consistent. You must plan. You must have a plan. You need to learn your energy, learn when you can work better, and plan your day. And we have been talking about how to chart your time and know where your time is leaking from. So you can do it today and do it 3 days and see how much you can achieve. So we are starting now. This is 10 minutes after 10, which is our introduction. See, it's done now. So we are starting the deep work. In case you are joining us, or you've seen us for the first time, or maybe you've seen us in the past days and we were working and not speaking, that was our deep focused time of work. And during the break time, we will chat with you. We will look at the chat. You can pop in and we'll chat. It's very nice to chat with people. So I wish to see you chatting. I wish to see people dropping their chat, asking questions on how to improve their studies, how to improve their memories, how to get an A, not with ChatGPT, but getting an A because your memory has improved. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 10:50. So we've come to the end of this section. This another section is the first break we are having, and it's a mindful break time. So if you are joining us, it's time for you to go on your break. You can go for a stretch, you can sit down, and you can just watch us and listen to what we are talking about today. So we are talking about how to improve your productivity, and I always stress is that rest is part of you being productive. Rest is not the opposite of productivity, as so many people will think, because in their mind, once you are resting, it's either you are lazy, or maybe you are just not trying to do anything. You are not being productive once you are not let me shift this a bit. You are not productive if you are not working. So you keep working till you are exhausted. Exhaustion is not something that you should be proud of, actually. I know that it happens sometimes, but let it not be a badge that you wear every day. Let it not be a badge that you celebrate, because exhaustion itself is a sign of imbalance. It's a sign of lack of planning. It's a sign that, yes, there is something you are doing wrong, which means you need to work on it. That is what exhaustion is showing, because you need to strike a balance between your work and your rest. Your rest is not the opposite of your productivity. Your rest is part of your productivity, because when you rest, you gain clarity. When you rest, you regain your focus. That's how you renew your energy. That's how you refocus. Is very important, because without rest, you see yourself getting exhausted, and you need to go into recovery mode. And without rest, you see yourself most times should I say decision making will become slower, because your thinking slows down if you are tired. So you don't work till you are exhausted. You need to plan your rest. You need to pick the time to go on a break like we are now. So whatever work you're doing, no matter how important it is, your rest is equally important. So take care of your rest, and take your rest serious. Make sure that you let everybody around you know that, yes, it's your rest time, so you are going to rest. And don't allow them to be pulling you around. Oh, you can do a little more, just complete this one before you leave. Just let them know that when it is rest time, it is rest time. So for you to be productive, there are 3 areas in your life that you will need to look at. 1 is the work that you're doing, 2 is your rest, and 3 is your joy. Many people wouldn't know that you need to plan your joy. Those things that makes you happy, it will put you in the right mind to work. It will put you in the right mind to be creative. So your rest is also very important. Your rest is going to bring the clarity that you need. Your rest is going to help you refocus. Your rest is going to help you re-energize, because you're a human being. Even machines, if you keep running a machine without giving it rest, one day it is going to break down, one day it's going to pack up. So no matter how smart you are, no matter how strong you think you are, once you break down, that will be it for you, because you are the most important aspect of this success story. Whatever you are chasing, whatever you have gone out to do today, many people take rest, but they didn't plan it, and that wouldn't count for us, because most times in your mind is still working, but you've already zoomed off, because your mind has taken a break on you. Maybe you are still working, you are still reading, but you see yourself, you're already thinking of what has happened 2 years ago, what will happen again. Your mind has taken a rest on you. But if you have planned this rest from the beginning, if you were intentional about your rest, if you were intentional about the time to go on a break, that rarely happens, because your mind is fashioned in a way that it works in short sprints. But if it's not sure that, yes, you are going to get the rest you need, it will take a rest whether you plan it or not. So it will be good you plan it and take it when you want, and be present in your break. Don't take the things that you were doing, things that you were working on, and you say, okay, let me go on a break, and you have so much files, you put it by the side, you're working on it, and you are trying to mark this, you are trying to read that, you are trying to send this. That is not break. You are not yet on break. And if you don't take this break, your mind might not have the mental break. It will be as if it keeps working, and that is exhaustion that will set in. And once exhaustion sets in, you will need to recover, and that will delay decision making. That affects so many things. So your focus is something that you need. If you are going to be productive. And how do you regain your focus? Is to plan your work time and plan your break. And because if you plan your work time and you plan your rest, and you will see yourself going straight to that rest when you ought to go to the rest. Like, now that's my break time, whatever is there, I know that so much thing is waiting there, but that is not it for now. What I have to do now is to relax, is to chat, is to look at other things around me, to see things around me. Is very important. So you need to schedule short breaks. That is how you take rest. Rest is not meant for the lazy. It's not meant for those that are foolish, like people think. You know, they will think, oh, you should have done more. And if you know, there is still many fish in that sea. You should have just thrown more, maybe one more net. And when will one more net end? We were just discussing something today. Somebody I know, when she was struggling, she was complaining and complaining. Before you know it, she got a nice job, she's working, she has a business, so many things, but complaint hasn't stopped. That is what they call lack of contentment. I'm not saying that you shouldn't strive for more, but know when to take a break is very important. So when you take a break, you are doing yourself a lot of good than you can imagine, because you are taking care of yourself that you need to do the work. You need yourself to do that work you're doing. You need yourself to progress. You need yourself to be productive. You need yourself to answer whatever name you want to answer in life. So you are the most important part of your success story. Take care of yourself and take your break serious. Take break when you ought to take breaks. Don't wait till you are exhausted. Don't wait till they say, okay, you know, you've been working, I think it's time for you to take leave. Don't wait till that time. It's just good that you plan your breaks, because if you don't plan it, definitely your body is going to take that break, and it will start taking it when you are already exhausted. That is why you will see some people, they will make some little mistake, things that they shouldn't have even, they can't imagine that they will make this mistake, but because they were tired, they'll make such mistake. It happens. So take your rest serious. You rest not only during sleep, you rest in the day. So during the day, take breaks. Don't go at a stretch like we are doing now. Is the Pomodoro section. After every 15 minutes, we take break of 10 minutes. We can chat, we can walk around when it is time for my break, and when it is time for my lunch, I will stand go. That is just how you should take your break, and take it serious, because it's part of you being productive. It's not a waste of time. It's not a luxury. It's not something that people that already have it all together do. No, it's what you must do each day. You must take your break each day. If you are working, then you will need break. If you are working, then you will need your joy. So we are still going to talk about this rest, and we'll talk about you scheduling your job, because you need to schedule your work. And when you schedule your work, for you not to be stressed, you need to time block. You need to know exactly, clearly what you want to achieve and why you want to achieve it, and know what you should be doing the next 1 hour, what you should be doing the next 2 hours. If somebody should call you and say, okay, when it is 4 p.m., what will you be doing? What will be your answer? And another thing I will ask you is also, if somebody asks you and say, when last did you smile? What will be your answer? Is very important, because these three things, they work together. You work because it will give you your bill, it will pay your bills, it gives you the dignity as an adult. And yeah, that's some people, their identity or what they think they are comes from what they work, what they do, the work they do. And you rest because you need it to be alive, you need it to be efficient, you need it to be productive, you need it to gain clarity and to regain your focus. Then you need your joy, and your joy is something that will put you in the right state of mind, that will remove the stress, that is going to make you happy. So you schedule your joy, you schedule your work, you schedule your rest. Your rest is very important. So in the day, you take short breaks. You can take power naps, just 1 minute, 10 minutes of nap, that's okay. You can just rest and be still. You know, I've been pasting something that say stillness is power, and nobody ever ask why is stillness power, because when you are still, that is the time your creativity grows. That is the time you get new insight. You will see children, they say, oh, I'm bored. You know, when they are bored, that is the time they do all those scientific things that they do. My son told me one day, he said he was performing a scientific, that he was doing scientific, and what was he doing? He put my bath gel in the water and put the cream in it and started stirring it. You can imagine, that's scientific. So that is how creativity is born. So stillness is power. Take time to be still sometimes. Don't always, because the noise is too much from everywhere. Though it's not screaming, but it is screaming in our head, is calling your attention from every corner. Sometimes you just need to take these things out and be still to gain your clarity back. Is very important. So we are back to our deep work time. Is our sprint time, and it takes us 50 minutes of sprint time. During the sprint time, you see us focus. So focus with us and do the work that you ought to do. And during the break time, we can chat and watching and seeing if there is anyone that will put anything in the chat that they want us to discuss. It is that pertains to productivity, that pertains to studies and writing. I'm here for you, so I will always answer those questions. But please be kind with your words once you join us. It's very important, and introduce yourself. So we are back to our work time. We'll be speaking again once it's 11:50. So we continue, and I want you to be attentive if you're an adult during this break time, because we'll be discussing why it is important that you have a hobby. It is very more important than people ascribe to it. So we'll talk about that. And I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. So we've come to the end of this section, and this is our mindful break time again. See, if you are joining us, it's time for you to go on your break. If you are going for a stretch, for a walk, for a stroll, for refreshments, that's what you ought to do. So you can go for your break now, and let's see. Okay, if there is any chat. Oh yeah. So Home of Beauty, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can see you. Hi. Yeah, and for all that are joining us, thank you so much for joining. And so we'll be discussing how to improve our productivity like we always do. So today is not just all about rest and work, but you need to schedule your joy. You need to take care of your joy. You need to be there for yourself. You need to take care of your own happiness. You know, just like you make your children happy, just like you go out of your way to surprise some people that you want them to be happy, so you should also treat your own self. So there is need for you to schedule your joy. Some of us, it's been a long time, it's been a long time we enjoyed ourselves, that we laughed or we joked or we just went out for sightseeing or something that makes us happy. It has always been work, 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 and nothing but going for work and coming back. You sleep, just a little rest, you are back to work again. So that is not, you were not just born to keep working. You were not sent to this earth to just work till the day you leave. No. So there is need for you to still enjoy yourself. There is need for you to see the beauty of the earth you are looking at, the beauty of the earth that you are living in, the beauty of the earth that you are marching on. So there is need for you to take care of yourself. It's very important that you schedule your joy. It's very important that you schedule your rest. So as you are resting, which we have talked about, it's very important that you also remember to be happy. Happiness, the Bible said happiness is like medicine, and is going to cure even diseases that eat up the bones. That is to tell you how deep it can go. So joy is something that you shouldn't trade for anything. Your happiness matters. Your happiness is something very important, not just because it makes you feel good, but because it makes you feel alive, and it improves your productivity. So what are the things that you do to enjoy? Maybe you can just put them in the chat. There are things that people do to enjoy. For me, there are things that I do to help myself, like relaxing, singing. I like it. And maybe writing. I write also, and it makes me really happy when I'm writing, especially creative writing. When I just write how I think, I just write what I think I should write, or how I feel. So it makes me happy. It's a time of relaxing. So I don't know what you yourself you do for relaxing. I also do puzzles. When you look up, you see the puzzles there. I do it sometimes myself, sometimes with my family. So I do puzzles, I do word search, I play so much board games, and go for a walk in the park. Those are the things that when I remember that I still have to do this, I will be happy. I look forward to it. So what do you look forward to? What is it that when you remember that you are going to do this, you are happy? Some people is watching movies. Maybe they go to the cinema. Some people, they are knitting. Yes, I do knitting. So also, like I was discussing with somebody, knitting makes you feel very calm. It calms you down. Knitting, I don't know for others, for me is calming, and knitting for me is like a therapy. It makes you you develop patience, because you know, before you can finish just one you see, when you want to knit something this way, maybe sometimes it takes you a day or even more, even if you put all your energy to it. So it's not something that you finish at a go. You just start it, you do, and you keep it. So those things are the things that will form your hobby. And hobby is not just things that you do on your spare time. You know, people, they think, oh, people that do hobby, if they once you ask and they say, oh, I have a hobby, I play football, they have time. Oh, these ones, they still have a lot of time. That is why they are that is why they are going out, that is why they are doing that. Me, I don't have time. No, hobby is not meant for your spare time. Actually, there is no spare time anywhere, because if you plan your day, you have your time for everything you've already planned. So you need to also plan your hobby. You need to put time out for your hobby. And there is a reason why you should do that. It's not just all about making you happy. At a time, it's going to go from something that makes you happy to something that is more meaningful than that, especially when you are retired. Then you know how important it is to have hobby, because that is what will keep you grounded. That is what will keep you connected with other people. That is what will keep you relevant. That will make you feel that yes, you are still contributing. Hobby is very important, so develop a hobby and take it serious. It's not meant for spare time, because there isn't any spare time anywhere. So you need to plan it, like you're planning your work, you're planning your rest, you're planning the time you take your break, you're planning the time you are going to sleep. It is very important that you also slate time out. You need to cut out time for your hobby and develop a hobby. A hobby, you do it sometimes. Let me just define what it is, because it's a work that is disguised as joy. It gives you joy, but it's still a work. It's something that can earn people money, something that can still keep you active when you are retired. So it's work actually, but it's disguised as joy. So you need to do it. Is something that you do not out of obligation. It's not, you're not doing it because you want the money, but you do it because you like doing it. It re-energizes you, or it keeps you calm, like I was saying. For me, when I'm knitting, if I'm doing crocheting, it makes me feel very calm. So it's like a therapy. It's not, I will make, even though I don't need it, sometimes I will make those hearts, I will make those things, I will just go gift it out. But you see, I will buy the wool, I'll buy all those things and do it, because it keeps me calm. And if you see all those people that do it, they look very calm. So if you are struggling with maybe staying calm, and you can just go for knitting, or go for crocheting, which you use your hook to do. So it will help train your patience. It's very good. And there are other things you can do, but remember that your hobby goes from just being something you do in your spare time, or just something that gives you joy, to something very meaningful when you finally retire. Because you see all these I'm going to job, I have a job, I'm going to work every morning. There will be a time you're going to retire. When you retire, you won't be going to that work. You will have all day left to yourself. And so many people struggle at that time, because then loneliness will set in. Then they will think, oh, I'm idle. They will start thinking so many things. Oh, I need to do this. You don't need to, if you have a hobby. So that is why you should develop a hobby. It's very important. So we are still going to be talking about this hobby and the things that you can do. Your hobby doesn't mean that you should just let time or take time out of your work. Yes, there is still time for you to do other things. So use it and put out time, a little time for your hobby each time. Do it. If it is writing, you do it. If it is gardening, yes, there are so many things you can do as hobby. And you will see yourself, when you are retired, you won't feel lonely. Do you know why? Because there are some people that still have the same interest as you. So you have this connection with them. So you now have people that are your peers, but they are not your age mates. They are not your age grade. You have so many from different age brackets that have the same interest with you. So you can look around, you register with them, you go to the clubs, maybe knitting club, this club, reading club. So you join them. You will see that yes, loneliness will be very far from you. So it's very important in people's life. But you will see, because we need to pay bills, we need to do this, we keep working, we keep, okay, they say we should rest, then you rest while you are even resting, some are scrolling. So when you look at those things, there will be a time you are going to retire. There will be a time you will stop going to work. Then what happens? Then you'll be struggling. Maybe you never knew how to do anything. Maybe you never had the patience to even learn any of those skills. Then you see yourself struggling. So it goes beyond that. So there is a book I'm writing about that. I don't know how many years it's going to end, but it's really teaching me why I should develop hobby. Me, I have loads of them, and I don't regret putting my time to them. Knitting, whatever they call it, mundane things. Oh, are you doing that? Yes, I do it. It teaches you patience. It's good. Gardening, those will help you to keep grounded. I mean, you have a thing to do, and it will, in your mind, you feel like yes, you are still contributing. Because most people, their identity, or maybe what they, if you ask them who they are, they will start defining themselves from the job they do. So what of if this job is gone? Then what. But with your hobby, you still feel like, yes, you are contributing to this earth, you're still contributing, you're still very useful. So it's something that every one of us should think about. It's not just to write it in the resume. You say, okay, do you have a hobby? Yes, I have a hobby. What is it? Traveling. Even when you don't like traveling like me, no, I wouldn't write it. So because if it is just unless I'm going to fly all through, if it is car, I get car sick. So you write the things that gives you joy, the things that makes you happy, the things that when you remember it, you want to run to it and do it. Those are the things you develop as hobby. So no matter what your occupation is, no matter what your job is, you need to develop a hobby. So we've come to the end of this break time. It is our sprint time again, our time to work deep focused work, deep work time for 50 minutes. So we start now, and by 12:50 we'll go on another break, and that break should be my lunch break. So definitely I will take like 5 minutes to go have my lunch or so, then I'll be back here, we can discuss, then we go back to our deep time. So I invite you to journey with me during this productivity time. Let's see how much we are able to achieve, how much we are able to produce within 50 minutes. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. it's break time now. You can go for your lunch break, and if you've had your lunch, it's time for a mindful break. So be present in your break and make sure that you enjoy your break. That is very important. Break is part of you being productive. It's not just a loss. It's not because you are tired. It's because you need it to gain clarity. You need it to work effectively. You need it to be very, should I say, productive. So you need your break. You can take your breaks. I'll be pausing now. You'll see me going out for my own break and for a stretch too. still at break time. If you haven't had your own lunch, you can go for your lunch. You can have your break. Yeah. And do the things that makes you happy, things that makes you smile. Those are the things you could do. Oh dear. Did that 3 hours. 180. So we are back. We have 4 minutes before the break runs out. So is a mindful break. The secret is for you to be present in your break and be present in your rest. Is very important. When you are resting, make sure that you are resting. Make sure that yes, you are within your body, you are thinking about yourself. You can also use it to think through what you've been working, but that doesn't mean that you should take your work along, or maybe to carry some file to that your tea room, to your lunch place. No. So when it is time for you to work, make sure that you are working. So we are talking about having hobby and scheduling your rest. It's very important that you schedule your rest. It's very important that you schedule your work. You should know what you ought to do each 1 hour, and you should be able to schedule your joy. Those things that makes you happy, they are the things that you remember. Those are the things that you did for your own self. So take care of yourself is very important. Schedule your joy. Look out for the things that make you smile. Look out for the things that gives you joy, not because you are paid for it, not because you're obligated to do it, but because you love doing it, because it helps you renew your energy, it helps you to recharge. Let's just put it that way, because even for batteries, even for phones, they get recharged. So for a human being, you've been working, you will need some recharging. So those things that makes you relax, they are the things that makes you to recharge. So you have to schedule them. You have to put them as part of your plan each day. When you are planning your work, you plan the time you will take rest within the work time. You plan the time that yes, you will enjoy. It's okay, after the job today, I'm going to do this. After I've achieved this, use it to celebrate your milestones, the little wins that you have. So you celebrate them. That is something that can motivate you to do more. That's how to break procrastination, really. When you celebrate every win, you'll be able to out of 3 chapters that you have to do, or you have to do 4 more chapters, that you were able to start one, that you were able to write up to 500 words, you were able to write 200 words in that 1 hour. You need to celebrate it. That can be just telling yourself, well done. Yes. So it can also be in the form of you just going out for a tea, and if you have a big win, make sure you celebrate it. Celebration is going to bring celebration into your life. It's not because every time you don't celebrate, you are telling yourself you haven't done a lot, and that is overwhelming. So you need to celebrate it, to tell yourself that yes, that this effort that you've put in, that yes, it is worth it. So showing that it is worth it, showing the value of what you've done, you celebrate it, and that gives you joy. So whatever that makes you happy, make sure that you go for such. So we've come to the end of this break time. Is now our sprint time again. During the sprint time, remember that we are focusing on the work that we are doing, the priority task that we have brought. So we've gone all the way. You see 10 from 10 to 11, 12, 1. So we've done 3 hours already. So we are halfway through. And if you have been working with us, you will see that it's not that stressful. A little stress is good for motivation, but not so much. So here we work without pressure. So we remove the pressure of perfecting it, the pressure of bringing everything to the table. So much things that we go through, and the pressure doesn't help us. So it's here that we learn how to balance our work and our rest time. Is very important to us. So as you are joining us now, let's see how much we will be able to achieve in 1 hour. That 1 hour is 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of break. So let's just look at it. Start counting from now what you will start doing and see how much you're able to achieve in 50 minutes, and let your brain know that after 50 minutes you are getting 10 minutes mindful break time, which makes you to work better. Remember that our minds are meant to work in short sprints. They do better that way. So treat your brain that way, give it the break it needs. So let's work and see how much you can achieve. I wish you a very successful and very productive 49 minutes. 1 minute start. Yeah. So it's our mindful break again. This is 1:50 p.m. So if you've been joining us and you've been working, it's time for your mindful break. You can go on a break. There you can stretch, you can walk around, you can actually do some puzzles or whatever that will help you relax. This is the time for you to think about yourself, just yourself, or you can sit with us here as we chat, as we talk about the things that will help you to keep healthy while being productive, how to be productive in total, because it's not all about working hard. If it is about working hard, those that are sweating would have been the richest, they would have been the healthiest. But we know that it's not all about working hard. We need to work smart. We need to not just sweat, look exhausted every day. We should also have the equivalent outcome of it. We should have good output to show for our suffering, to show for our work, to show for all the efforts that we put in. So for you to do that, you will need three things. You will need to schedule your work, you need to plan your work and be sure of what you are doing in your work. What are you trying to achieve in that work, and why do you want to achieve that? Then after that, you look at your rest. Your rest is part of your productivity. Your rest is not just it's not a luxury, it's not you being lazy, it's not something that you reward yourself for. It is something that is very necessary. It's part of the productivity. It's not opposite of productivity. So if you must be productive, you must always take short breaks and you must rest. It's very important. And the last one in the list is the joy. So you have to plan your joy, you have to plan the things that makes you happy, you have to eat well, you have to go for a walk, the things that makes you feel relaxed, and the things that makes you happy. That's the joy. So you need to also factor it in as part of what you have to do to be productive. So we've talked about how to schedule your work, which we talked about setting the objective and knowing the priority task. We've talked about the rest, knowing when to take rest, which is when you are not yet exhausted, when you are still very should I say coordinated, you take the rest. So your mind, your brain wouldn't take rest on you, which is unintentional, and that might be harmful. So this one we are talking about is you scheduling your joy. So ask yourself, when last did I actually smile? When last did I give myself the treats that I think I need? The things that you've been waiting for somebody to give you, you'll be waiting for, okay, when I achieve this, I will do this. This is where I want to travel to. This is what I want to eat. I want to wear this. When last did you give yourself that treat? This is what you do for your own self. And that brings us to what we are discussing, which is the hobby. So we continue with that. And I said that hobby is not just what you do on your spare time. It's not what people do because they have excess work, they have excess time at hand. Nobody ever has excess time at hand. Time is always 24 hours, and you must use it well, and that includes factoring in that your hobby, that's your joy. So if you have been with us, it's time for your break. You can go on your break, you can join us, you can eat, or you just listen in as we are discussing. So if you have any question on that also, you can put it in. You know, you ask, why do they always ask you what is your hobby? You know, in some interviews they will ask you, what is your hobby? Do you have any hobby? And you see some of us will start listing the things that doesn't even relate to what we are doing. We start listing things that when you remember it, you are smiling, and some will go the extra mile to list the things that they don't even do, the things that when they remember it, still, I don't want to do it. Just like for me, if I say, oh, I like traveling on land, that's traveling, I'll be in the car for 6 hours. No, I don't. So it's not my hobby. That doesn't mean that I don't travel, but I wouldn't make that a hobby because it's out of necessity. But if it's like flying or maybe other means of transport, I don't know. But it's very important when you are still very strong, when you are still working, when you go out and come in, you are still 20 years, you're 30 years, you're 40 years, you're 50 years. You will think that hobby is just something you do on your spare time. You think, oh, hobby is just let me relax. It's something that I will need to do. Maybe I will just need to put it in my CV. Then why you will know, when you will know that it is more than that, is Have you asked yourself, if your work life, if your job was taken away from you, if you no longer have that job, if you no longer have that structure that the job gives you, what becomes of your time? What becomes of your life? So that will answer that question. That is going to just put a hobby on the table for you. See how important it is. And let's just bring it home, because one day we all pray to be old, then we will retire. Once you retire, you will see that yes, it's first maybe the first week, the second week, 1 month, it will feel like, oh, I'm free now. I no longer have to go to do any work. I will have to just have to sit at home. But when you sit at home, after 2 months, you start noticing that yes, it's no longer freeing. It's like being idle. It will bring restlessness, and you'll be trying to find things to do, and some will even go that to the extent that they are no longer motivated to do anything, because the structure that work gave them has collapsed. So that is the reason why you should should I say choose, you should get a hobby. You should look into yourself to find out the things that makes you happy, that work that is disguised as joy. Find it out and start doing it. And the time to start is now. The time to start is when you are still young, so you learn how to do it, because most of these hobbies, they are something you do with skill. So you need to do it. And why will you need to do that? Because hobby makes you to connect with yourself. When you are doing that hobby, you will see it's just, you have this peace of mind, that you are allowed to be yourself. You're allowed to do things your own way, your own pace, and you're allowed to enjoy working. That is what hobby will make. It helps you to connect with yourself, and it will help you also to connect with others outside there, those that share the same interest as you. And it will help you to be physically active. Most hobbies involve being active, like swimming, walking, gardening. So it helps you to be active. Then let's just look at when it becomes more than just something you do on your spare time, something that feels good. So many of us, we derive our identity from what we do, from the work you have been doing. You have worked for 30 years, for 40 years. Once they ask you, who are you really? You just say, I'm this, and you put your title. It's very fascinating. Then there comes retirement. Now you no longer have those structures. You will see that hobby becomes the centerpiece in your life, and that is still what is going to keep you connected with other people. That is what is still going to give you the meaning, because now you move from doing finding your identity from what you used to do to what you love to do. Now you are still very productive, something that will take you out of the house, something that will keep you busy. Maybe once a week you go for the swimming class, you can go for the chess competition with others, or even just to play around with it, and you can do so many things under that hobby. So a hobby is very important. It's going to keep you connected to the world. It's still going to keep you motivated, and very importantly is the secret, let's just say the secret to youthful mental health, youthful intelligence, youthful memory, is being active, is actively doing activities. So there is a way that hobby helps in making people be active, and it will help you to avoid mental decline, cognitive decline, let me say. Yeah, so you won't be suffering. Most people, that is being encouraged now. So you need to develop hobby while you are still young, so it will carry you through your old age. Lifelong learning is the secret to cognitive health. It's going to help. So do this hobby. Find little things that makes you happy. They don't only keep you connected to the world or to yourself, but they will keep you active, and they will keep you healthy. And this also has a way of making you feel like yes, you are still very important. Even when after you have retired, you feel that yes, you are still important. This is what hobby does for us. It's not all about writing it on the book. What is your hobby? So I can play football. That is not why they are asking you. They are trying to find out what makes you relax, what puts you in that mental state that yes, you feel happy with yourself, you feel that yes, you can communicate with yourself. That puts you in the mindset that makes you more productive, because now it gives you the balance. That's the balance between your work and your rest, because hobby is just work that is disguised as joy. So find hobby today. If you haven't had any, I'll be listing some. The next one we are going to, when we end the next one, I'll be listing some of the hobbies. You can find out what you want to do. Find out, look into yourself, what makes you happy, what work can you do, and you do it happily without looking for a reward. You are not looking for certificates, you are not looking for payments. So that is the hobby. And we are back to our sprint time now. So we'll be working for the next 50 minutes. After the 50 minutes, we'll be speaking again on this same topic, and after that, that will be the last. So we are starting now, and I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. I think I will need to close my door. Okay, close this. So it's our break time again, and welcome to everyone that has joined Join Him Official. And yeah, thank you so much for being there, for everyone that has joined. So we are talking about why it is important that you get a hobby. It's part of you being productive. So it's our mindful break once again. If you are here and you want to go for your break, for a stretch, for a stroll, 10 minutes is enough for those. And even for just stillness, you can just meditate, you can sit and meditate. That's something you can also do, so that's very good. Try it out and work in short sprints. You will see how you improve your productivity. If you work in short sprints, you always be happy, because you rest when you ought to rest, and you are going to work when you ought to work, and that will help you to be present in your break. That will help you to be present in your rest. But if you don't take intentional breaks, you see yourself zooming off, you see yourself scrolling and scrolling and walking through whatever social media streets you find yourself in. That is what happens when you don't take break. But if you take break, you have time for your social media, you have time for your writing, you have time for those things that matters to you, and that will reduce stress. So we are talking about why you should have a hobby, why you should relax, why you should take a break. You take a break not because you are tired. You don't need to wait till you are tired to take a break. You take a break because it is part of you being productive. It's part of you gaining your focus, your energy back. So that is very important. And you take a break in order to relax and be with yourself and to take care of yourself. So for hobbies is very important. Hobby is something that you work, but it's a joyful work. So it's a work that is disguised as joy. So you are happy doing it, even without being paid. You are happy and rejoicing within it. So there are some of these hobbies that you can look at and see if you want to join. And something I discovered that was like a year or two. I never knew, but you can check around you, just browse and see. There are so many clubs, there are so many hobby groups that you can join in your area, and that is something you can just explore, because they will help you to keep fit, and it will help you to keep mentally active, and it's going to help you not only that, but to get connected to yourself and connected to others even after you have stopped working. You know, there are so many things that can make people to stop working, and one of them, which is compulsory, is retirement. Even if you were healthy all through your work life and you get to 70, you are going to retire, and when you retire, everything feel like it's free. But before you know it, freedom will look restless, and you need that structure. You need to go out, you need to interact with people, loneliness sets in. So it's very important that you develop your hobby. So there are some of those groups. I'm not here to do their advert. Me, I searched for it, and I saw so many: writing club, poetry club, reading club. There is, in fact, you can't imagine, even hiking, those that are dancing, so many around you. So you can just browse and see which one of them suits your taste and just join them. And many of them, luckily, they are free. So you go, it might be something you go once a week, once in 2 weeks, once a month. So that still gives you the structure, and okay, when I go out, I will see people. That is what hobby does for you. And hobby, some people, after they retire, you see they turn it into something big. But if you never had a hobby, you didn't have this skill, you didn't have the connection, that is going to cut you off from so many things, and you don't want to be in that situation. So you need to really work on it and choose a hobby. So there are so many things you can do. I don't know what you do to relax. Me, I've listed my earlier, which I will say again. Writing is a hobby. Creative writing is not just if it is academic writing, it's something that I must do. You know, sometimes you're obligated to do it. If it's academic writing, you will need it for your promotion, you need it for your work, you need it for so it's like something you must do. But hobby is something that you are not under any pressure to do it. You do it because you like it, not because somebody is going to pay you for it. So for me, creative writing is like Some people will say, okay, I want to go and buy myself ice cream. Once I have the time to do my creative writing, I feel so relaxed. I'm so happy. I do knitting also, and that gets you grounded. It makes you to feel relaxed. It calms you down. For those that do knitting and those that do crocheting, it's something you can learn. Painting and so many of those hobbies, they are very good. And remember that the secret to um, good cognitive health, that means avoiding mental decline, cognitive decline, is you being a lifelong learner. So do something that keeps your brain active. Just like any other muscle, your brain needs gentle exercise, so you need to exercise it. You need to do things that will make you think. So what are the kind of hobbies you can do? There are so many of them that you can do, but for me, I've listed some for you, like writing. I've listed like knitting. I know that there must be knitting club around. I haven't checked that one out. Reading, some people read to relax. Some people even watch television to relax, and some people will just go out to chat to relax, maybe walk in the park. Those are something that you can just do. And when you retire, you see yourself, you will still have people, because you have people around you, because you will now meet people that have the same interest as you, people that want to enjoy the same thing you enjoy. So you have people from different age groups. But at work, most times you have people from the same age, let's just say age gap, maybe 10 years or so. Before you know it, 10 years gone, or you change the place you were living, you lose contact, and that is loneliness that is knocking at your door. But with hobby, you always be connected to people, and again, you be connected to yourself. So you can try out reading, writing. You can try out gardening. There are some places that they do also gardening. You can try out cooking. Some people, their hobby is cooking, and they can cook and cook for everybody, and cook for even when there is nobody. So it's their hobby. You can try that out. You can try out painting, and that's another mindful thing that I found out. Coloring, painting is very mindful, because you need to be present in there, so it keeps your mind active. That's the secret of being active in your mind. Even in old age, you will suffer cognitive decline, which is something that is very rampant now. So you need to work with your mind. You do puzzles. I believe there must be people that do puzzles and all those board games, so you can join them and keep your mind working. And you can do knitting. You can do photography. Some people, I use, after now, each time I'll go for a walk at the end of the section, and I used to see a man. He would just come out, he's photographing everything that passed. It's keeping him busy. That is his hobby. So you can try those ones out. You can also play musical instruments. If you're still young, this is the time for you to start doing your hobby. It's not, you don't wait till you are old. You don't wait till you can't learn anymore. You don't wait till you are lonely to start. So you need to develop this interest. So after work, after you are retired, or maybe something happened health-wise, it's changed, then you can rely on that to keep active, to keep going out, and to keep bringing income. Some people turn their hobby to something great, and yeah, it works. And you can also volunteer, maybe mentor. If you were a teacher, if you're a teacher now, you can also volunteer. Maybe Sunday school, you teach in churches. You find groups that you can teach as a hobby. So when you retire, you can always, you know your way around, how to find them. So you have people around you, won't suffer loneliness. And some people now, when you see them, they have nothing doing. That is why you will see them, they will rush to where they will dupe them, because they are trying to find another meaning to life, because all their life it has been work, 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 and now they have that work gone. So they will need to rely on something. So they are looking for something to do, and there are so many people out there that wants to deal with them. So don't be one of them. Develop a hobby as you are now. Try as much as possible to find out the things that makes you happy, things that, and when you are working, it's work also, but it makes you happy doing it. So find them and do. You can also learn languages. You can study maybe history for fun, or you go study how to do painting, different kinds of painting. I saw them when I visited one painting gallery. It was really fantastic, and I like those things. So you can try them out. And why do people always go for hobby? That's what you should ask yourself. Why do they always ask you during interview, or when you put your CV, so what's your hobby? Have you asked yourself that question? It's because after work you have another life, and that life is very important, though it's something that people overlook, but you shouldn't overlook it. From today, I've reminded you, it's something that will keep you grounded, it's something that will keep you connected, it's something that will keep you um keep you active, is something that will keep you feeling that you are still important. So it's very important, more important that we are ascribe onto it. So let's seek out those things that makes us happy. Remember, you need to plan your work, you need to plan your rest, and you also need to factor in your joy. So look out for your hobby. We are back to our sprint time again. This time it will be 1 hour sprint time because this is the last time. So I can see you, Home of Beauty, I can see you, welcome, and JJ Baby Girl, I can see you, the chosen, the chosen, yeah. Thank you all for joining, and it's our sprint time. So during this sprint time, we are not going to be chatting. We are going to be focusing on the work that we brought. That's the priority task that we have at hand. After that, during the closing hour, we can chat maybe 10 minutes. I will even be here to chat if I have the strength. So it has been a good day. So remember that this 1 hour, you make every minute of it count, make every second of it count, make it a date. You focus, reduce every distraction, and let's see how much you can achieve within this time. So we've come to the end of today's 6 hours. It has been a very lovely 6 hours, and thank you to everyone that has been here, and for those that visited, for your gifts, um, for your comments, your likes, and your support. Being here with me, I value all of them, and I really want to thank you for your support in this space. And please remember to check my bio and see the link to the children's book that can be a gift to someone. So that's good for someone, is something that you can look at. And let's just conclude what we've been doing since morning. For me, I've been working on the correction to paper, a manuscript I'm working on, so it has been good. And I want to thank those that have been, if you've been observing the work and rest balance, which means you were there when we went on our break and you were present in your break, please consider doing that even after now. Make it part of your life, make it part of your work life, so you can always have the right balance. Because when you see people exhausted, it's not because they are working too hard or they are achieving too much. What that means is that they are not having the right balance. It's a sign of imbalance. So you need to strike a good balance between your work time and your rest time, then your joy time. Find time to eat, find time to rest is very important. The rest is not only at night, but prioritize your night rest, and also take short rest, short breaks in between jobs, so you have the clarity, you have the focus, you have that the determination to continue, so your brain wouldn't take a break on you, which is not what you want. Because if you are tired, the probability of making mistakes at work is very high. The probability of overlooking things or doing things in a hurry, or maybe shallow analysis, if you're analyzing, is very high. So you take a break when you need it, and you don't wait till you are tired to take the break. You just take the break because yes, it's part of you being productive. It's very important in your success. If you're analyzing, if you're studying, if you're working, that is what you ought to do. So you do it. And remember, we are talking about getting a hobby. If you haven't got one, to look around this weekend and see anyone you can do. Learn a new skill, keep your brain learning. The secret to cognitive health, that you won't have cognitive decline, is lifelong learning. So endeavor to learn always. Make sure you're learning, even if it is just little things. Gentle exercise of the brain, like any body part, will keep it healthy, will keep it functional, and that is very important. So don't keep your brain idle, and don't go through digital overload. When you keep getting too much information that is overwhelming, that can also be harmful. So don't go that way. What I want you to do is to exercise your brain gently by engaging in things that makes you think, things that keeps you moving each day. That is very important. So we've come to the end of today's section, and remember, next week we'll be here again by 10 a.m. Every Wednesday and Thursday, and we end by 4 p.m. like we are ending now. And it has been a very good day. It has been a very wonderful time together. So I will say bye at this point in time, and yeah, I will see you next week. Maybe for my friends, I will see you, I will come and visit. So thank you for visiting us. Thanks for being there. It has been a lovely time. Bye.